Cool. Should be live. This is exactly where I left off last time, isn't it? Let's close that out. All right. Let me get myself up here. Hey, Jerp. How's it going? There I am. And then what else? This thing. Should do the trick. Okay. And then I'll go ping the Discord. Cool. Awesome. Yeah, we'll give people maybe 2 minutes to get on, and then we'll get started. How's the sound this morning? The volume all right? Sounds good. Cool. .nvm. Maybe that's the problem. Need to add this to path. Let's try this. Hey, Ivy and Redstone. Who is this guy? I've never seen him here before. Who, Jerp? What am I doing here? Oh yeah. Not that one, this one. Path P instead of path plus equals? What? Why? You think I typoed? Oh. Okay, I'll check it. 1 second. Good griefers. Sure enough, thank you. Yeah, I'm still waiting for this stuff. Why are you upgrading every single one of my packages when I just wanted you to upgrade node? Homebrew is sort of annoying sometimes. Python. Hey, Stefan. Good morning. Or it's probably not morning for you, is it? Okay. Why is this taking so long? I just want to upgrade node. Oh. What? There we go. It's 4 p.m. for Stefan? Okay, cool. If we try Nix instead of Homebrew, you can use Nix on Mac OS? Somebody tried to explain Nix to me on the Discord. That sounds pretty crazy. 12 a.m. for Alfred. Wow. Nice. So in theory, if I go back over to Lovely now, I shouldn't get that error about my node version. If I like restart this, okay. Yeah, okay. Cool. 3 p.m. for Redstone. Cool. Well, let's get started. We need to finish this big 9 p.m. for Joppy. You think it has support for all Unix-like OSs? Maybe I should check that out. Where's not this, not that. Browser. Browser, not that browser. This browser. What am I? Nix. What's Nix OS? Nix.dev. This thing? It's a language though. I don't understand. I still don't understand what it is. There's Nix packages, and then there's like Nix OS, and then there's like Nix the language. Seems complicated. Yeah, maybe I'll look into that though. All right. Hey, you guys owe me one. I hit another like YouTube monetization threshold. It was trying to get me to turn on ads during my live streams. So like it would just butt in and start an ad in the middle of my live stream, and it would give me money for that. But I said no because that didn't sound very fun to watch. Nix OS uses the Nix package manager that uses the Nix language. Okay. Complicated. Hello there, Cachios. Alright, let's start. So I wanted to make yeah, okay. we don't need this section anymore. Yeah, Nix the lane, Nix the package manager, and Nix OS the OS built on Nix the package manager. You can use Nix the package manager on pretty much any system like Unix. Hey, I see. Find on the website. Okay, maybe I'll look into that. Sounds interesting. I wanted to. So this is just like discussion. What does this slash even mean? Okay, so I don't know. This, I feel like this plugin bothers me a little bit more than it helps me. I think I'm gonna turn it off, but it is pretty cool. What is it? Discussion. So I had an idea. I was thinking in the shower about types and wanted to talk about some stuff. So what point are we at in building the language? We're writing the type checker, but we're actually kind of stuck in the middle of a refactor first. But first I want to talk about something really quick. So let's talk about, well, let's do it, I don't know where, down at the bottom maybe. All right, so types, let's call this like types, like user defined types, right? So I was thinking about this, and this kind of came from the discussion we had yesterday that led to like the idea of a field trait. But I feel like there might be a better solution than a field trait. So standard languages, not standard languages, a lot of languages, well, some languages have like structs that look like this, right? Point, and it has like something like that, right? And then they'll have enums, which is something like that, okay, right? There's a case where, so here's the thing that led to what we were saying about field traits. So like, for example, in my AST, there's something called an expression. Hey, Bacon. There's something called an expression that looks kind of like something else and another thing, right? There's like a bunch of different things and so on and so forth. And then some of these have like associated things that go with them. Like this might, you know, hold on to a bool, and this might hold on to like something complicated, like, I don't know, like X, Y, like that. Like some of these hold on to things and some of them don't, right? Like this one maybe doesn't. And then I was wondering, okay, and then I realized all of these actually need to have a span field. And so I had two options at that point, right? So let me show you what two options are. If you want to add a span field, what is this? If you want to add a span field to all of these, you basically have like two data structure options, if I'm not wrong, right? The one is you just do this and you literally add a span to all of them, right? This is option one. Option one, right? You go and you add a span. Span, 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 right? Something like that. Okay, which is annoying, especially since there could be like 10 other things here, right? So this is option one. Option two, which is what most people go with, right? In Rust, for example. Option two is you say, okay, you actually make this a struct expression that has exactly this, right? Kind, and then you make like enum kind, which is just this. And so you end up having these two different types that are really linked, right? Because you'll never really use a kind without an expression, right? You could call this expression kind, right? So does that kind of make sense? Does this make sense so far, chat? You guys following? If you want, to add a span to every variant. Let me get rid of this. This is kind of right. You guys following this? You've encountered this problem way too many times. Yeah, I encounter this all the time. It's a very common problem, I think, for me at least. Maybe it's just the way I organize things. Anybody else? Because I feel like this is a pretty common issue. Sorry, okay, sorry, I lied about this. Because then you don't need a span here. But otherwise, that's right. So I was thinking, and you guys tell me if you think this is ridiculous. But the problem basically comes from the fact that like structs and enums are entirely like exclusive, right? Like an enum, there's no such thing as a field on an enum, and there's no such thing as a variant on a struct, right? So you can make like a field that's a variant, and you can make a variant that has fields, right? But you can't just make an entire enum that has fields, and you can't make a struct that has variants. Okay, starting to see where I'm going with this? So here's my suggestion. What if there was something, and finding syntax for this might be a bit of a challenge, but I don't think it'd be too bad. What if there was some like data structure, data type that wasn't a struct or an enum, but it was kind of like a generalization of like the concept of struct or an enum, right? And it can have variants and fields. Does that kind of make sense? Functionally, it would work like an enum with common fields that are common to all of its variants, right? So picture something like this. Like I'm just gonna make some syntax, right? If I say like type foo or type expression, here's my solution. Would be this. Option 3. So this will look really bad, but like fields maybe is something like this, and then you have like variants end up being something like this. And then the fields is just like span. The variants end up being something like this. Now this syntax looks really bad, but the concept, hey Paradox, welcome. I feel like the concept is decent. So this is neither a struct or an enum, it's kind of like both, right? But I feel like that would unlock a lot of other powers. Do you guys think this is like totally ridiculous, or are you guys kind of following and thinking this is kind of cool? What do you think? Jappy thinks it's really cool. That's encouraging. Wait, where was I? Over here. If we decide this is cool, the question is just how to find better syntax, because this is clearly not good syntax, right? There's like too much nesting of these things. Anybody else besides Jappy think this is really cool? Let's make a poll. Get you guys answer me. The syntax, on the other hand, I don't know. Yeah, exactly. I think the syntax is horrible, but I have some thoughts about syntax. I just haven't shown them yet. So, as a concept, is this appealing? Ignore the horrific syntax. All right, there's a poll for you. We got 1 vote for yes. Nobody else has an opinion. what would the constructor look like? Yeah, that's one of the syntax things we have to decide on, right? What would the constructor look like? 5 votes, 5 votes, 6 votes for yes. 5, 6. Cool, okay. So I think the idea is good. It's just the execution of it, right? Like, how do we make this look? And what would we call it? Because it's no longer a struct or an enum, right? It's like something, it's like a generalization of a struct or an enum, right? 9 votes for yes. Is this the kind of stuff that you guys think about when you're in the shower? So let's talk about some syntax really quick, because I don't think this would be miserable if we can't think of good syntax for it. So here's what I was kind of thinking. It's like a C style tag plus a union. Yeah, you can pull this off in languages, but you end up doing like tagged things. Like in TypeScript or something, you'd have like type foo is, you know, like kind with the tag here, and then you have the data being something here, right? And then you have or, and then you tag it like that, right? That's how you do it in TypeScript. Similar things in OCaml, I think. But having this be like a primitive, I haven't seen before. So let's talk about syntax, okay? So I was thinking there should be, oftentimes, right? Oftentimes we obviously don't want to do this, and we just want to have normal structs or normal enums, right? And so I think those should be happy paths as well. So what if we had something like, let me just throw something out there. So like say type enum, or like foo, you could say enum, right? Let me make actually new code block for this. Syntax. Type foo enum, right? And then you could have type bar be a struct. It's kind of like option 1, but merged together syntactically. But this could be less flexible since your variants will not be able to be created on their own. Yeah, but the only time you do this is if you are going to have to do something like this, right? Because you can't create an expression with type something on its own either without supplying a span, right? So that's not really an issue. That's an issue that's already there. Does that make sense? Okay, I'll be back in 45 seconds. I gotta go preheat the oven. Sorry. How do I pause this? Pause. Okay, sorry about that. It makes sense, but what if you wanted to create an expert kind variant on its own? This could make pattern matching harder or destructuring. I'm curious to see where you go with it. What if you want to make expert kind on its own? Well, if you want to make, that's what I'm saying is like, I think the normal paths where you just have a normal enum or normal struct should basically behave like the structs and enums that we're used to in like Rust or Swift or something, right? And it only just, we're trying to make this case easier. Or this case easier, right? Where we have common fields. I don't know, it's just an idea. We might throw it out the window. I just, while I was thinking about it, I just thought I'd go ahead and talk about this while it's on my mind. And then, so syntax, we haven't decided how type declarations will work, right? Because for variable declarations, we don't have, there's no like let foo equal 4, right? We have something like this, and there's no let, right? So I think it'd be weird if we started this with type, right? Or maybe that is fine. I don't know. What do you guys think? Should we have this type prefix, or we should just have some different symbol here that's like for type definition? How could this be solved with generics? I don't think that would solve it. Like this case right here, where I wanted to add a span to every variant. What about having something like an interface? What do you mean by like an interface? And Odin is something like expert : struct. But that's what they also do for variable definitions. So it's the same as what you're saying? Like you just do the same exact thing? You have a struct with type expert t, and t could be span expert. I'm not sure if I'm following, but I could just be not understanding. Does this make sense? Just use the same thing? Let me go to the Odin docs. What does Odin do? Docs. Overview. Getting started. Which one? Overview. Type alias. Here we go. Oh yeah, they just do this. What about an expression that contains common fields, then derive different types from it? Yeah. Do you mean like inheritance, sort of? Yeah, you could do that with it for sure. All right, so let's say we go with this syntax, for example. Then you could do this like prefix thing, which is a little bit funny. What if instead we just did squirrelies for structs and parens for enums? Okay, so this is my thought one. This is lovely, by the way. Right, and then foo has all the variants. You know, like option A. Like, what's a real example? What would be an enum? What's a animal? Animal type. They're all either dogs, or a cat, or other, or a fish. That's right. They are fish, or other. And then you have like a string, right? So this would be an enum. This would be bar is like a, or I guess this is like species. We'll make bar be animal. Animal. Size is an int. Does bite is a bool. And can bite is another bool. Right? And then the species. Look up trees that grow. Okay, 1 second. Let me finish with this real quick. So this kind of makes sense to me, right? So you have species. Bool can be an enum, yeah. Yeah, bool just ends up being something like this. Right? So then if I want something like my expression up there, then I'd say expression. And what we want is some sort of like combination of a struct and an enum, right? We want them all to have a span. And we want all the different kinds. Like that's too many. Just give me a simple example here. And so on. Right? And so you could literally just do this syntax, which kind of makes sense. Right? Making unions. Or I guess this is an intersection, right? Between a product type and a sum type. How do you guys feel about that? Now I also feel like I probably want, well, I'm not sure about that actually. How do you guys feel about this? What if you decide it's a struct or an enum based on whether the variant field starts with a lowercase letter or not? I feel like that's not a good idea. Because I was actually just thinking I kind of want to make them all lowercase. That's what Swift does. That'd look like this. Oh, wait, we're not doing this. This is so hard to spot when just looking through. Like the and there. Let's make some alternative syntax. So here's syntax option 1. Oh, so hard to spot when going through. Oh, you're talking about the uppercase thing is so hard to spot. Yeah, I agree. How about this syntax? Guys, how do you feel about this? Let's make a poll. All right, there's a new poll. See what you guys think about this. We got a meh and an all right. Okay. That's just 2 people. Anybody else with opinions on this? Let's think of alternatives. Jappy has another idea. All right, let's hear it, Jappy. All right, more people are saying meh. Like they don't love this. How else could you express this, right? Expression is a... What if you make a type used with brackets as the struct and the enum combo, and then separate the fields from the variance with a semicolon? That sounds kind of ugly. Like this, and then have this, and then this, and then have a semicolon here. This doesn't look great to me. Hi bro, how's it going? Hey, it's going pretty well. How are you? Subadera? I mean, it's not a horrible idea, honestly. Just bracket usually makes me think of array. You could also use the braces. I mean, this isn't horrible. Use Pascalish and wrap variance with case. That's what Swift does too. Swift does this. Right? And then you could have something like this. That's just an extra keyword where you don't necessarily need one. Oh, it could be a case block, like case. Isn't it better with keywords considering core philosophy? You mean to make it more readable? See where you're going with that. And then add this in here. Like this. This might be my favorite yet. Fully just hopped in. What is the plan and bracket stuff? Span and bracket stuff, sorry. Yeah, we're trying to think of syntax for expressing something like this, right? Because in Rust, you'd have to do something like this. Make like a, if you want an enum with common fields, then you'd make a struct with the common field here, and then like a linking to an enum like that. Whereas we're trying to make that one concept. So we're at this point right here. What do you guys think about this? Okay, option 1 versus option 2. I'm gonna make a poll. Option 1, option 2. There's a poll. I'm saying option 2 looks a lot better. Oops, I spelled that wrong. I said options. Oops, I just ended it. Oh well. I think 2 looks better, right? My bad. Didn't mean to end it. But this looks better, right? So using the type parentheses syntax one that collide with a const colon. What's the const colon? Oh, I get what you're saying. for constant tuples. Yes. Well, now we have to, I think we might need to rethink that because we want it to make sense with this. An explicit keyword would be nice because then you could do things like anonymous structs unless you don't want that. I do an anonymous structs. Look, because this is like a type expression almost, right? This could be used anywhere anonymously. But here we just happen to be assigning it to this thing. Option 2 is a bit cleaner and easier to read. Yeah, totally. In this case, you could use type name : case thing for enums. Yeah. You don't get the and on the first reading, but the other I kind of do, and this is a core principle, right? Yeah, the and just means like it's like a kind of an intersection of like these two things. This kind of comes from like TypeScript has those. Because TypeScript has like this and this for types, unions and intersections, but it's kind of where I got that idea. Okay, so this is clean. What about like our, this is like a combination, but what if I want a normal enum? If I did a normal enum now, like species, right, like this, then do I need to put the case there? Yeah, took an extra second to understand the first one. Like, is it obvious enough that this is an enum? A 10G, if I understand this correctly, you're trying to link enums to struct in one definition, just a bit confused. Yes, that's pretty much it. You'd say I need case. I don't know though. Another solution would be to replace case with enum, and then you could use the word when defining. Yeah, I thought about that. Like this. Just looks like any other struct. Well, what I'd like to do is just remove the concept of like structs and enums. Not like remove the concept, but say like there's just one data type. It's called like an object or something. I don't know. And it can have fields and it can have variants. Like what if, is there some syntax that would make that be more the case? Like what if I said like field span and then made these all cases? Is that ridiculous? You know what I'm saying? Something like that, so it's more flat. Having an enum without a name is what I'm wanting. Yep. A field and variant keyword would do it. Yeah, there we go. And would be readable. You think keywords are good? They make reading a lot easier? Do you guys think this is? We could use var, because we're not using that anywhere else. Except for that kind of sounds like variable to most people, doesn't it? Var and fold. Is that too terse? Var is variable for sure. Yeah. Variant's just kind of long. So is field, really. And then they don't align. It'd be nice if they were the same number of characters, wouldn't it? I think we might be onto something here, because this just kind of looks like a struct with a nested enum. Whereas what I want is to have one flat data type that supports both fields and variants, and that's kind of what this is expressing better, I feel like. What if you prefix fields with a dot? Wait, I think Jappy might be onto something, because you're going to access them with a dot, right? Okay, what do you guys think about this? And then what if we had something else here? Like, what if I want to make an expression, like in Rust it'd be like expression literal, right? But we're already using this double colon in some other places, so what if we use something else? Like that? I don't know. You can access enum cases with a dot also? I don't know. Would we? Wait, Atenji, suppose I'm just trying to wrap my head around where typically enums could be used by any struct. So what about cases where an enum defined in a struct wants to be used in a different struct? Then you wouldn't use this, I don't think. Because if you want an enum, then you can just make an enum. What do you guys think about Jappy's idea about just prefixing with a dot here? I feel like this is kind of good. We just need something else here. Like, if I want to make an expression literal, like in Swift it's like this, in Rust it's like this. You do like the dot? I kind of like the dot. You thought I was getting rid of enums altogether, my bad. No, because you could always, if you get rid of this, this is just a normal enum. But this is now just an enum with a field associated with it. Just make every type an enum and use the dot for fields. So struct just uses all dots. Now that's not a bad idea. So then we'd have this. So then enums are like the fundamental. We only have enums and there's no structs. Is that our new model, right? But enums can't have fields, and you prefix those with dots. I think we might be onto something here. How do you guys feel about this? So then like our species example would just be species, right, is like dog, cat, fish, other, and then animal becomes size, does bite, can bite, and species, like that. Right? If we want to do just normal enums and structs, it'd be like that. All right, so Jerp is asking, how would the usage of this data type work? It's a good question, so we should try to figure this out now. How do you instantiate an enum with no variance? Wouldn't it just kind of look like that? Right? Well, yeah, that's the never type, isn't it? Never just looks like this. I quite like the dot. Yeah, I like the dot too. I think this is really nice. You need to make constructor and possibly destructuring patterns. Yeah, let's talk about maybe constructing first, because that's probably a little more important than destructuring. But first of all, do we all like option 3 the best of these 3? I think it's definitely the best one, I'd say, but there might be some disagreement. So you can see them all, right? Let's do a poll. Let's do a poll. Which syntax is the best? 1, 2, or 3? No, you mean in the animal case where the enum has no variance. How would I create the animal as a variable? Where the enum has no variance. What do you mean where the enum has no Fields enum did have variants, right? It was like, how do I get this back? Come back. Like this thing? Oh, like this thing, you mean? Because this is an enum without any variants. Correct. Okay, okay. Ooh. That's a really good point. Because this technically, by normal enum speak, this would be like the never type with some associated fields. Gotcha, gotcha. Is that what you're saying? Because this has no case. Very good point. I mean, we could make stuff like this get generated a default thing that's just like default, or something like that you don't have to specify. There's one solution, right? Because this would make it work. Like this is kind of what you want, right? Hey, somebody liked the second syntax better. A couple of people like the second syntax better. Who was it in chat that liked the second syntax better, and why was it? I'm curious. Jerp, what do you think about like if the compiler or the parser sees this, then it just automatically generates a case called default or something? I'm not sure what. Does that seem like a good solution? In my opinion, it should just make a struct constructor. Would the usage be... Yeah, exactly. Good question. My animal default. Good question, because that would be kind of ugly. No? First of all, I don't think I'm going to use the double colon here because I'm already using that here, so that'd be a little bit too much. But something like this, you know? Well, we could just say for enums with only one branch, you don't have to provide that. That's pretty clean, no? For enums with only one variant, you don't have to specify. As like just, you could, maybe you'll say you could do this, but there's like some syntactic sugar where you don't have to if there's only one. That kind of makes sense, doesn't it? Seems reasonable. Jappy says, yes, that's cool, but it also makes the never type constructible. It makes it unconstructible, doesn't it? Can you please quickly show all three options? Yeah, ready? Here's the three options. Syntax option 1. Defining enums with parentheses, structs with squirrelies, and then if you want to make one of these combined things, then you like and them together. Okay? That's like a TypeScript intersection. Option 2. Everything is kind of a struct, but they can have these like nested cases. You end up with like nested squirrelies, kind of like that. But it kind of makes sense. Option 3, everything is an enum, but they can have fields that are written with a dot prefix. Structs end up looking like this. Everything is just dot prefixed, like what you would call a struct. It's actually an enum with just one case that gets generated for you magically. Does that answer for you, Rex? I feel like we have a pretty reasonable solution here with syntax number 3. because you could do x colon equals never. Well, first of all, this has to be uppercase because it's a type. Oh no, x. Well, this wouldn't really be the syntax, right? But I could say like type never is this. But this would get automatically generated its own default, right? Because if we said if we don't supply any cases, it gets one by automatically called default. So you can't create the never type. The never type will just be non-existent or magically made by the compiler, but unable to be constructed by people because there's only one never type anyway. Cool. Option 3 is dominating. We're gonna go with option 3. I really like option 3. So you can get rid of this whole example here. Shrink. Everything is on enum. You think all constructors work like struct constructor for field, and variants you would just put into the name of the variant, separated by commas. Or something like that. You're saying like if I want to make an animal, I think I'd say like foo animal. Well, this one's a little bit different, right? Because this isn't, animal would end up being like this. Dot size would be 4. Or we could do equals 4. It's kind of nice. What do you guys think, colon or equals? Colon or equals? Does byte true, can byte false. Species would be species. We could just do this. You like colon? That's why he suggested equals. Yeah, the equals feels zig-like. It's also kind of ocamly. Isn't that ocamly? We can even have the formatter do something like this. I like equals. Right, if we had said other, for example, then you end up with something like this, and then you have to pass in, you know, hamster. That's the only other kind. Yeah, dot name, I agree. Dot size colon looks like too much. The equals makes it better. So we have this. All right, can we try instantiating something like this? Like, how do you instantiate an expression then? We'd have expr becomes expression dot this gets us to a tricky point. Isn't a never type something that can't be implemented in the language itself? It's just a compiler intrinsic. Well, there's languages, I feel like, can't you make a never type in Rust? I know you can in Swift. You can just make empty enums, and then that's a never type. Just use colon colon for variants. Yeah, I can do that, Pyrotech, but like, so that works for, say, literal. Except I was using dot up here, right? If I did literal, and then I need to pass in the 4, but then how do I, right, but then do I add this here to add in the span? Span equals something else, right? Like, what do I do here? Does this make sense? And then what if it ends up being something like call, which has a nested Oh, by the way, this needs to be like this, doesn't it? Maybe you could just get rid of tuple variants. We can't just get rid of tuple variants. Oh, you mean like this? And just make this end up being like this? Like that? That would solve the problem. What do you guys think about this? Although you could omit the parentheses and then use them in the... So then if like I made a call, then we do something like this. Name, foo, args, empty. We do something like that. Off topic, but do you plan to have errors as values or as exceptions? As values, typed values. Expert call, but then it kind of, it gets harder to differentiate between these. There's two sets of squirrelies. I feel like the one should be in parens. Don't you think? Because this is for instantiating the call, and this is for the other one down here is for instantiating the entire expression. I feel like this kind of makes sense. Doesn't this make sense? Anybody think this doesn't make sense? Anonymous struct literal OMG. Yep, that's what this would be. An anonymous struct. Pyrotech says, Except for, I think we should use dot. Because that's what I did here. How do we feel about this? I think this makes sense. Right, we'd have to have semicolons. I feel like the dot conflicts with the dot for the fields. Either colon colon or something else makes it feel better aesthetically. Okay, I can get on board with that. Like what? I don't think it should be colon colon because we're already using colon colon for like definitions and stuff. Although I feel like this should change too because it's a type definition, which is pretty different. What else could we do? I don't know. Swift does that, but it doesn't have the dots here. What a slash looks like division, but a backslash doesn't. Could do a backslash. Crazy idea. What about at? Backslash like PHP does for namespace. It looks awful. Yeah, this looks kind of awful. At. At I feel like is a little much. Single colon. I don't know. I just feel like we're using colon too much. Could do question mark. I don't think so. Question mark, I feel like to me implies something optional. Yeah, question mark looks bad. Like the variant u instant coat. What is that? Just declares what fields are required. Instantiate, is that what's supposed to be instantiate? Like the variable you instantiate just declares what fields are required. I'm not sure what you mean by that. What other characters are on a keyboard? There's a dollar. That looks pretty bad. Expression. Yeah, I thought about that. This doesn't look all that bad. Hash would get confused with comments. We tried the @ symbol. It looks sort of bad. Doesn't that look kind of bad? I mean, it doesn't look super bad. Especially if it was highlighted correctly. I don't know. What do you guys think? To me, this looked not too bad. What about that? Exclamation? No. Because this kind of implies you're like nesting into and getting the call. Because if you think about it, the enum will tell you what fields are required. Yeah. Yeah, the right arrow, we tried that. That just feels like a little bit much. Doesn't that look kind of big? Like the set left arrow. We got rid of the set left arrow. Okay, my favorite. I also. Now that looks fine. That wasn't too bad. Okay, I think the ones that are the best so far are that, and that. Do you guys agree? I feel like these are the best ones so far. Let me copy this line 3 times so y'all can compare them. We have this, and we have this. You gotta ignore the right arrow. Okay, we also have this. People like this. You gotta think how it'll look for people without ligatures turned on too, right? I have ligatures, so it makes this look like one character, but it'll look like that for most people, which isn't as nice. You think single colon is the best one so far? Let's add that as an option. You gotta remember, single colon is already what we're using for variable declarations, right? Because I can say foo int, and then another line, foo 4, right? This is fine. So it's like just another use of the colon. That's fine though. Personally prefer @. I think @ is actually not too bad. I kind of like the @. All right, let me just make sure before I do. I'm gonna do a poll, but let me just make sure there's no other weird characters we're forgetting. There's this. Oops. Wait, this. Nope. Wait. Oh, this. How do I do that? Star. Ooh, what about star? Oops. What about star, guys? That doesn't look too bad to me. Although plus would make more sense because it is a sum type. You hesitated about this because of multiplication. Well, this is going to be bitwise, and this is like a comparison. It's okay because this is types, and so we can overload the operators for like type accessing, I guess. This is already multiplication, and yeah, good point. Okay, maybe not the star. What else? What else do we have? Is there anything else I'm forgetting? I mean, there's like minus and underscore and backslash and forward slash and what else is there? All these? I don't know. Bar? Oh, you mean like a pipe? Ooh. I'd say that's a very valid option. Why did I do that? That looks pretty good. The pipe. All right, these are probably the most viable ones. I'm gonna do a poll, folks. Just before we do it, there's also percent. That looks pretty horrible. All right, I'm gonna do a poll. Ready? Here we go, people. Let's decide on the syntax. Which character or token for is it bad that the same characters are used for the same thing? In Rust and C++, : is used for namespace and variants or statics, respectively. All right, maybe I'll add a : as an option because it's fine and it does look nice. There is a certain appeal to that. Same characters used for multiple things. That's what we meant. Okay, gotcha. Well, so any other last minute suggestions? There you could do like this, but that looks like the pipe operator. You could do this. That looks a little bit funny, maybe. Also note that I want to have a leading, Swift has leading dot syntax, right? So if we take something that knows it wants an expression, then you can just do like foo, right? And then you instead of having to specify expression call, you can just do, if it already knows it takes an expression, then you can just do this, right? So let's write these out too so you guys can see how it would look in this context, right? We'd have this, oops. We'd have this, we'd have this, we'd have, where's the pipe? There. And we'd have this. So keep that in mind too when you're thinking. Hello, Hack with Suraj. Does this make sense? This is for like leading dot syntax, right? Because it's not a dot. I should add as an option, by the way, dot, because that is one option. In Swift, it looks like this. In this case, I feel like @ looks the best. @ might be doing pretty good. All right, I'm gonna make a poll. Here we go. The poll. Which which token for enum variant access? Here's our options. We have @ greater than. We have the tilde. We have the right arrow. Oh no, I can only do guys, I can only do 4 options in a poll. That seems kind of silly. All right, so long for the poll. We just got to decide, like our ancestors did before they had polls. I am leaning towards best token tournament. Oh, like winner goes on. Should we try them? Like take 2 at a time. We're getting a lot of ats. 4 ats. All right, everybody in chat, send your best token, your favorite token, just the token alone with no commentary. Starting now. Send your token. Whatever one gets sent the most. We got a tilde. We got an @. We got an @. We got an @. We got a dot. We got a dot. All right, dot and @ are winning. at another at. Okay, folks, that's another one for at. At is definitely winning. So so dot got second, right? And I kind of think you guys have a really good point about dot and that it looks really nice and it makes a lot of sense, right? And that's what Swift does and stuff like that. The thing about dot is that I'm using dot to prefix these fields, and I feel like that would just make it slightly confusing, wouldn't it? If I was using dot to prefix enum variants here, but I use dot to prefix fields here and here, right? And here. Does that make sense? So because of that argument, I'd lean more towards the at. Anybody have any thoughts on that? Here's an idea. Switch at and dot. So use at to prefix struct fields. I feel like that would look sort of bad, no? Then we'd have a dot here. Oops. Zig uses dot for both enum variants and struct fields. Really? This looks like too much at, doesn't it? All of this would become this. Well, you know, that might be able to grow on me. Do you guys think this is crazy? It makes the fields look like attributes, which you really like. That does make sense. What do you guys think about this? You do think at the end of the day using dot for both isn't the worst thing? It's not the worst thing. It feels fun to have at and good for quick reading to have an easy differentiation. It just feels good. Yeah, totally. I agree. What do you guys think about Jappy's idea? Const myvar equals dot animal kind equals dot dog. That to me is just like a little bit too ambiguous to the reader. You kind of think the add as a field is cool? I think this is cool too, because what Jappy said about making them look like attributes is totally right. These, you know what I'm saying? So these all become that. This becomes a dot. These don't need, I mean, these could have a dot, or they could have nothing. I think probably nothing. And then I think Jappy had a good idea. Yeah, variants have nothing. Attributes. Yep, exactly, Alamac. Then you'd have this kind of thing. This looks pretty good. This would become this, and this would become this. It's definitely a lot of ats all over the place. But I don't know. Attributes, totally. Attributes. Or just attributes. How do we feel about this? Poll time. We're doing a lot of polls. I like your guys' input. All right. Which way? For enum dot for at for variant for field or dot for variant at for field. Definitely makes for a unique syntax, for sure. It's 50-50 right now, but only two people have voted. Uh-oh. At for field is being downvoted. I think when you make your own language, having fun with it is most important. So I'm for this. I mean, I don't know if that's the most important, but it's definitely important. I'm not really interested in doing this for fun. I genuinely think this kind of does make sense. Is that necessary in the instantiation? Maybe only keep it in the definition. Oh, you're saying just do this. Oh, that certainly makes it a lot cleaner. You wouldn't need any of this. Well, yeah, so we just have it here. Ooh, that's a good idea. Now that is nice, Jabby. Correct. I think this is like the bee's knees. All right, anybody who voted against this, maybe reconsider your vote now that we've cleaned that up. So I think that was a really good idea, Jerp. So we use it in here in the definition, but we don't use it in the instantiation, or not instantiation. It's side 50-50. Which are the people that are voting against it? Could I hear your opinions? I'm curious. The more I look at this, I think the more I like it. And then you would have leading dot syntax. So like imagine if I had, are we renaming fields to attributes? Sure, yeah, that's a good idea. Rename fields to attributes, that's fine. At for field is just barely winning. So like, then I could use leading dot syntax just like in Swift. So if I say I had a function that was like, you know, fry, which is like fun that takes an animal. And then it, you know, prints like frying up a, you know, animal. .toString or something. I don't know what it'd be called, but except it'd be at toString, wouldn't it? Then we could say fry. I could do, oh sorry, it should be species. I could do fry.fish. As a user of OCaml, having every type as an enum is pretty sweet. Yeah, we got OCaml in the chat. Let's go. And they know about types, those OCaml people. This is clean, isn't it? OCaml does have non-enum types. Yeah, I'm not sure what that has to do with enum with OCaml. You think variants look better starting with an uppercase? Yeah. Why is there an extra space here? I don't know. Yeah, there's records in OCaml, Jerp. Which are product types. What is variant versus a field? We renamed fields to attributes. How would methods work with the syntax? Methods would be attributes that are functions. No? Keep it simple. Yeah, OCaml also has records, prototype, polymorphic variants. Yep, GADT. What's a GADT? But that's besides the point. Does the method need to be added on each instantiation? No, that would be bad, wouldn't it? I mean, we could just have like impl blocks like Rust, or we could have it on here, like right? Like imagine it was in here, and then you like print num. That's probably good. Except for that's not how it works. What is it? It would be like that. This doesn't make any sense because this is a type. We need some new syntax for this. But something like this would be fine, right? But ignore it. The syntax is bad. Fun. How would we do this? Here's a function expression. Eat. Like that, you could do that. Or no, to make it consistent, right, we'd use equals, wouldn't we? Well, I don't know. I'm not sure what we do here. Fry uses colon. Yes. This isn't a method though. I just realized you could also fry a cat. That's a little bit gross. We'll keep it with fish. Eat is a constant. Yes. Methods. Syntax is hard. Gotta go, good luck. Alright, thanks for all the suggestions and help, Jerp. Appreciate it a lot. Alright, we'll worry about methods some other time. I think this is enough for now, because I actually do want to get... Eat is animal to unit. Yes, exactly. Alright, we got this pretty much decided for now. We can always tweak it later. But for now, let's try to finish this refactor while we're here, no? Because it's a bit hairy. Alright. Refactor. That was fun though. I'm glad we got that sorted out. And we landed on the fact that everything is an enum, which is pretty cool. Alright, checker. No, so where were we? We were in the parser. If I remember correctly, all of our tests are commented out. Yep. And then we uncommented one of them and it was failing. This one. We were expecting this and we got unexpected end of file. Alright, I have a hunch of what I might have done wrong. So there was a time there where I was changing all of these. What were those two little helper functions I made? This thing, like cur kind. Yeah. Like all these, I went through and I did like I turned all the cur tokens into cur kind, which was a mistake. Because cur token actually it didn't advance, right? And cur kind does advance. So it really would be more like peak kind. But did I get rid of something in here? This should be fine. Oops. Oh wait, no it wouldn't. This should be peak kind. This should then advance. Love enums. That's great. Atenji, I love that. Love enums. Let's put that in a discussion. Love enums. Yeah, this is brat parsing. This is brat parsing. Okay. Now that didn't help our tests, but I think it might have fixed another bug that was in existence. All right, so next, cur kind. Like this used to be a cur token, and then yes. All right, but it's somewhere in the road. Okay, so if I have all I'm trying to make pass is this one where we have a this is just an int literal. Okay, so when we get to the top, let's start at the top and work our way down. So if we parse, we find a expression statement. We see the expression statement. We parse an expression. So let's go to parse expression. Parse expression calls this parse prefix function. Parse prefix function is going to go into parse int literal. Parse int literal expect int consumes an int, right? What did this used to look like? Self.cur token. I totally changed this. I feel like this should be a peak. Eh? Odor. What is my problem? Yeah, I understand why that's broken. Am I sure that this was supposed to be a peak? Cur token used to peak. And then inside here we're advancing. I'm still advancing inside here, but I'm also advancing here. So we're doing one more advance than we were. So this should be a peak. How did you configure being able to see what a block of code looked at previously in NeoVim? Git signs, I think, is the plugin. It's like really nice to be able to do that, or this, like that. Okay, please clone this for a second just to make this happy. It's funny because I used to start building compilers with the parser, but I never finished them, so now I begin with semantic analysis. You begin with semantic analysis? How do you do that without Well, I guess you just pass it an AST. You just make your own ASTs. Just store span in a variable first. Just store span in a variable first. Like this. And I don't need a clone? I don't think that's right, is it? Because then I'm moving here, no? I have to clone something. You work on a term language, not on a typed AST. Gotcha. Gotta go, but I'm looking forward to the future of Lovely and humbleOS. First stream I could watch, but your series has super inspired me, thinking I may do my own this summer, albeit much less advanced, haha. Thanks so much, Atenji. Really appreciate that. I'd love to see it. If you get on the Discord, feel free to tell us about it. Is span not copy? Funny you ask. It's not. It has two positions that are both copy, so maybe it should be copy. There, now it's copy. There we go. Okay, now we're happy, but we're not happy. So we're still getting that. Okay. I mean, this is where you start doing some serious printf debugging. So where's parse? Parse expression statement. We're here and here. Okay. Print line. Hi. Here we go. Hi. We're in there. Then we go into parse expression. And we go print line. In parse expression. All right, we're in parse expression. And then we go into parse prefix function. And we print line. Who needs a debugger? All right, we're in prefix parse function. And then we come down in here, and it should. All right, we should print this. Print line. Look at that. Oh dear. Come again? How'd you get those nice looking errors? You mean like these things on the side there? This is a plugin called Tiny Inline Diagnostics. Where was I? Lovely. Get rid of the format. Yep, got rid of it. Sorry, my bad. I apologize. All right, occur token kind is 122. What? Okay, I guess that's kind of weird, but that's okay. So it means we have the right token. So it ends up being an int literal, and so we go into parse int literal. So we should be in here. And then we print line in parse int literal. Are we getting in here? We're in parse int literal, sure enough. Then we end up with a span and a nut. And we print them. Now span doesn't have that, so we're just gonna ignore it. We get a num, Our num is 122, just like we wanted. And then, you know, we return out of here. So where do we... in here. So we have an expression. So now we have an expression. Expression as a span. And it's in a literal. 122. So we have that guy. And then, you know, in here we do a little dance. Peak kind. So what is peak kind? Oh. The problem is we're never getting to this point, because if it is end of file, we're doing this, which is bad. Gotcha. Okay. So we need to maybe get rid of that and then add a sum here. Add a sum to most of these. Not a sum. Or an okay. If it's an error. Well, okay, well, this is what you call a bad API. We don't want to be checking for errors. Okay. It doesn't necessarily mean it's bad. I mean, I guess we could catch the error. That seems like a little bit of a clumsy way to do it, but we'll do that for now because that should make it work. We can always refactor it later. Where in the world was that? Nope, not here. This thing right here. So if this is like a sum, sorry, not that. If it's okay, do that. If it's an error, unexpected under file. If this is an okay, if this is a minus, okay, okay, slash, this is if it's an okay, anything else. All right, otherwise, what? What is this little e in here? It's a pointer to an error. Error doesn't implement clone. Where did I just do that? Okay, right here. And we're still We have an error. Unexpected end of file. Oh, is current precedence gonna error? No. What is happening? This is like in the loopy. We're not getting into the loop. Oh, because this is failing. See, it's messy when these things can fail. Um. Wow. What to do about this? I guess I could check it. Try match. Oh, that's a good idea. No, that makes sense. And then if it's this or error, or incur precedence. It's not getting the, oh no, current precedence is okay, lowest. And then we go at it again. Oh, it's not greater than precedence. So what do we do outside of here? Wait. Love how the terminal looks. Thank you. Oh, so we're after the loopy. So we're making it all the way there. And then parse expression. Who was calling parse expression? This guy. No, it wasn't this guy. It was like the first guy. This guy. So we have an expression. Final expression is this guy. This is perfect. Has semicolon. You tell me it's failing on the semicolon check. Wait. Earned a new sub. Love seeing people build stuff from scratch. Awesome. Thank you so much, Mega008. Oh, man. This is bad. Okay, so I keep being bitten by the fact that these can error, right? What I'd really just like it to return what if I just did this? Token kind, return. This is an option. That's great. Okay. And then wait, so let token equals self. Next. This is an optional token. So token, we go to token got kind. None, we go to that. Is that the better way to do this? Like that. All right, let's do this again, and then this is the same thing with peak, and then problems because this. Okay. This is a problem. Okay. Now this might just fix everything, or it might make us miserable. This is when we just want to look at the kind. So Joppy, what's wrong with returning an option? Returning an option would be potentially fat, but then we'd be checking against nones all the time. Whereas here, an option just means you hit the end of the file, right? So it just makes sense to return an end of file token instead of a none, so that you never have to deal with an optional. But it's functionally the same idea. Brother's coding like Flash, and then Xavier said, Subadera, Neovim, do that to you. Yep, Neovim will do that to you. All right, so now we got to go back and fix. Cool, we only have 32 arrows now. We got prints all over the place. Okay, so p kind just gives a token kind. So now we can check this. This just becomes a normal check against a end of file. This no longer needs this, right? Those are happy. Okay, cool. This needs that, and then Xavier, I'm guessing you're a NeoVim user. And then oops. Oops. Okay, if it's an error, well, I don't know what else. There's no errors. Okay, down to 24 errors. Self.pkind. This can't even do that anymore. Neither does this. That's pretty cool. Why am I doing a next and then immediately doing a pkind? When I could just do this. Oh wait. Yeah, I'll just do kind. Right? That kind of does the same thing maybe? I don't know. Peak token should return a ref because you're not owning the token unless tokens are copied. Do I have a function called peak token? There's no function called peak token. Which one are you talking about? Lecture.peak does return a ref. Cur kind and peak kind just return the kind, so it's just peak kind. Peak kind. You saying just make this return a ref? That's not a bad idea. We remove some cloning. When did we? That. Ta-da! Oops. That. Like that? Is that better for you? Maybe tokens should just be copy. Or token kind should be well, they can hold on to some strings and stuff. So maybe that wouldn't be even possible, right? So, because like idents are a token, they hold on to a string. So we'll just do this. Returns a reference. All right. Now you probably have more things to fix. All right. Self.currKind no longer returns errors. Cool. That worked. CurrKind doesn't do that anymore. 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 Pkind. We don't have to check against all of these anymore. Joink. And then this. I don't know what's really going on here. This would be anything else. Joink, and then we get rid of that. Okay, next. Currkind doesn't need to do that. 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 And doesn't need to do that. Okay. Whoa. Now we just have a logic error, it would appear. Off by one column. That's a lot better. Well, potentially harder to debug, but closer at least. See, why is the AST like this? Oh yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Yeah, we're really close, Ivy. We're getting there. So I'm getting 2, but it's supposed to be 1, right? Okay. I'm getting the line is right because it's from 1 to 3. Because I just have the integer 122, right? And it's from 1. The line, okay. Right, where's our test? Yeah, so this should be from 1 to 3 on line 1, right? So I have 1 to 1, 3, and we're getting 2. column. Oh no, it's the column that's wrong. Oh. So for some reason it's counting from like here to here instead of from here to here. Interesting. So that's a lexing error, isn't it? Because those are all coming from the lexer, right? Probably. I don't know. We can check. We got a bunch of print lines to pull out, but we can do that in a second. What does this thing do? So it's a span that's coming from here that's a bunch of baloney, right? So if I let me print bunch of characters here so I can see it, and then do the span. Do you guys ever do this? I do this all the time, just so I can find it in. Wait, why isn't it over here? Span. Oh, hold on. This is correct. Oh no, it's not. Okay, column 2 to column 3. So it's coming. It's bad when we're getting it from expect int, which is just taking whatever it gets from the tug. Oh wait. Span. Yeah, so it's this span that's probably bad. You do something pretty similar. New character. Whoa, that'll work. All right. Look for the brackets. These guys. Column. Yeah, so it's bad. It's bad when we get it from the lexer. So the lexer is making bad things for. Oops. So let's find out why. Lexer, where did we have like a? No, not in tokens, in the mod. Okay, when we see one of these, we see like initial position, is self.position. We do initial position all the way to self.position. Pick a letter. How about a V? Or these are nice because then they do it twice as much for me. Okay. Although that's probably gonna make printline mad, isn't it? Let's do this one. All right, and then we'll have the initial position. Look for those guys. 0. What? Huh? All right, this is like what we're doing, logically speaking. 0 to 4. Oh, it's because initial position is the position before we read the int. Is that right? So maybe we just add 1 here. And then get rid of this. What? Start column 1, column 2, column. Wait, what? Come again? Wait, so don't do that? End. No, the content.charge.nth is still there. Yeah, sorry. We'll fix that at some point. This guy. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Hey, Atenji joined the Discord. Cool. Oh dear. Okay, so what's the problem here? We go to this guy. Token new takes a start and a size. Oh. Oh wait. Okay. If I pass it, if I say like 1, 2, 2, I pass the start as 1 and the size as 3, then the end here becomes start, which is 1, plus size, which is 3. That's 4 minus 1, which is 3, which is good. 1 to 3. So this is right. So the problem's over here. Not here. Here. Start is initial position plus 1. The size is the self dot position. That? Two to 4. Good idea. Where in the world is it? It's right here. Okay. Two to 3. Um, Initial position is 0. That should become the start. For some reason we're getting a 2. So something's wrong along the line here. Maybe the problem with span from text. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Start is 0. Size is 4. So let's fix those at least until those are right. Should be size is start is 1, size is 3, right? So now we have start 3, size 1. Did I do this backwards? You go start and then size. What is happening? I got start 3, size 1. That's totally backwards. It should be size of 3, start is 1. Over here, I'm printing initial position. Initial position is this thing, 0. Oh wait, now it's right. Start 1, size 3. Wait, what happened last time then? Start 1, size 3. Oh wait, this is something different. Oh, that's for something else. Okay, sorry. This one. Start one, size 3. That's right. Okay. So then, for some reason, that's getting us a 2, 3 and here. So we'll go over to this. From text. If I'm passing a 1 plus 3, that'll give me 4. This will become a 3. Okay, perfect. All right, from text. Oops. We need a new character. Let's do B. Should initial position start at 0 though? Well, I have it 1 indexed. Like if this was a line of code, this is character 1, character 2, character 3, character 4, character 5. Because that's how it's going to be printed, you know? Okay, that's this one. Start 1 and 3. That's perfect. And this from the start one here is not going well. Maybe this column should start at 0. You're adding 1 to the initial position in the case where the end token is an integer and nowhere else, if I recall correctly. Okay, so we need to fix those other places then, no? But let's start with just this. Okay, so column starts at 1. We add to it every time. This is perfect, right? Okay. Let's just like step through this code a little bit. Why is bytes collected? I don't know. Couldn't tell you. Thank you. Good call. Step through this. Okay. We have passed in as text is 1, 2, 2. Our index is 1. Okay. We come here and we say, okay, let the column be 1 and the line be 1. We start at 1, 1. Then we say for byte and byte. So we get the first byte, which is 1. We match the byte. It's not a new line. So we go to here. We add to the column. There we go, folks. This should have been before that match. Why this is never used? It's used in the test, isn't it? All right, all right. Should we get rid of all these print lines now, or should we uncomment the tests? Probably start with the tests. This one. Wow, I just arrived. What are you doing exactly? Trying to finish this big refactor we've been working on. Bug started in the parser and went all the way down to the code for making positions. I know. Yeah, that's pretty nuts. And the whole thing is still just so that we can get good diagnostics in the type checker. This has been quite a hassle, but it's been kind of fun. So this we need to rewrite as new expression kind int literal. Needs a oh good, Copilot's gonna help me. Perfect. All right, that's working. Low key impressive. Thank you. Oh no, I gotta sneeze. Excuse me. Okay. Will Copilot write this for me? No. That one. Okay. Oops. What's this one? An ident. Okay, so we go to expression. New. Expression kind. And then we need to pass another argument here, which is a span. That fails. Expected identifier. This is where it's happening, right? Let me get rid of all the other print lines now. That's what we wanted. Okay. Oh, those are in the other file. Wait, where? Is that it? I'm still getting these. And there's a debug somewhere. This guy. That's better. Okay. You stared at the word ident for a while until you realized it stood for identifier, not indent. Correct. You're advancing in Elixir. I think you should peek. Yeah, you're advancing twice. Where is that? Inside. Oh, this should be peek. That's not the problem. Wait. Store, oh yeah, okay. And then, okay, maybe also do the kind. Okay. I'm getting the same error. And expect ident. Okay, so we're here. We get right, because string isn't copy, exactly. What's a token? Whoa, why is this a semicolon? Okay, so this is a semicolon, which means by the time we get in here, we've already advanced one too far. So where is this being used? Here. Here, right? Yeah, okay. And then who's calling this? Right here. Oops. Inside prefix parse function. Oh, hey Nathan, how's the refactor going? We spent like the first hour and 20 minutes of the stream or so deciding about some type related stuff that I had thought about earlier today that I just wanted to talk through. We weren't actually running any code, but since the last hour or so, we've been working on the refactor, and it's going good. We're pretty close. We're just trying to fix some things that got broken along the way. I'm still hoping to have it ready for your contribution by the end of this stream, if you're still wanting to do that. Wait. Prefix parse this guy. And what is this? We have an int literal, and then we have an int literal again. Oh wait, those are the other tests. This is our test. We have a foo. Wait. Hi probably wasn't the most helpful message. Okay, inside parse variable ident. For sure, no rush though. I've just got back from playing cricket and I'm knackered. Is that a British saying? So probably wouldn't be doing it today anyways. All right, yeah, no worries. Yeah, I want to get it done today anyway, so it's good. Do you like 9 front or plan 9? It's really interesting OS. I've never seen that. Maybe I should try to read your messages in a British accent. That'd probably be embarrassing though. Wait, okay, so we're hopping down. We're inside prefix parse function. We see a foo, then we're inside parse variable ident. So where is that? Parse. If I were to should get a name out of that. What? So we're not even getting to this. Yeah, expect ident is failing. What's expect ident? Oh yeah. Ivy can't type today. It's okay. Yeah, the error is okay because yeah, the error is happening right here. Okay, I gotcha. Why is the token we're getting here a semicolon? Wait. No, not that one. This one. I think it'd be a great idea for you to perhaps reveal the Lexer's index and maybe use that for future debugging. That might be nice. I just want to know right here. What token we're sitting on. Can somebody tell me what token we're sitting on? Let me add a little prefix here. N is a nice letter. It's a semicolon. We are not supposed to be sitting on a semicolon here. Okay. Where is this being called? Variable ident. Doink, right here. This is supposed to be a peak. Oh, perfect. Now we just have one of these problems again. Okay, so that was kind of sort of part of the issue at least. So let's get rid of all these print lines again. Print line, doink, 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 doink. That's it, okay. Now we should have clean, no prints. Okay, good. And then we have this problem. Starting at 1, for some reason it says it's ending at 2, but it's actually ending at 4. Is that accurate? No, 4 is not accurate. Who wrote 4? This is supposed to, oh wait. No, yeah, the expression ends at 3. Wait, where did 4 come from? Oh, this is supposed to be 3. But it's still wrong because it says 2. Is the let cur token kind equals self.peak kind intentional? That is perhaps a little bit misleading. Yeah, let's rename it. Now it's peak token kind. Although it is really, it is the current token, we just haven't consumed it yet. I don't know, it's confusing. So we got to fix this problem. It's probably the same issue we had before. What was the issue we had before? Right, so before I said you were only adding 1 to initial position on the integer case in the Lexer. You got to go do that in the identifier case too. Totally, yep. Thank you, that's what the issue was. Lexer mod. So it's like this kind of thing, right? Okay, so up here, if we have one of these guys and we have one of these guys, we'll do hey, the initial position is actually working. The problem is with the size. Oh wait, no, that was it. Never mind. Wait, why did that work? It said it was starting at the right place, and then when I added one, it fixed the ending. Well, what life gives you lemons. Wow, more and more people are just getting on. Check this out. See this? This is when I started. Shoink, 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 shoink. 38, 36. And still, my goal hasn't been met. It's alright though. No pressure. Okay. So that is working. Let's go to the next test. It's something to do with initial position being 0. No, I'm just kidding. I don't want you guys to. I kind of halfway just put it there as a test, so. Where are these tests when I need them? Okay, next up is this guy, our unit. Unit becomes expression new expression kind unit, right? Very nice. And then we pass it a span that looks kind of like that. Somebody's texting me. Okay. And we got another one of these lovely things, except for 1, 2, 3, 4. This guy's always off by 1. Copilot. All right, and then we have the same issue we need to go fix over here. Where is that issue? Here. Somewhere in here. About the language, are you using LLVM? Nope, we're going to generate our own assembly. All right. Unit. So pretty much all of these need to have one edit to them. Correct? All right, that's okay now. Tokens, parser, parser. Where are we? Okay, down here. Next. Oh, this is our first one with 2 different ones. I think at this point you should set the initial position to +1 on the token new function. On the token new function? On this guy? I don't know. But maybe I could see doing this. Doesn't that seem better? Because if I did it over here, it's because this value is technically incorrect. Works too, yeah. I feel like this is better because I want the other one to be correct. There you go. All right. We can do the same thing here, I guess, to be consistent. +1, then get rid of this. Okay, where were we? Over here. This is not correct anymore. Now we have new, and then we have expression kind, bool literal. Add that, and Copilot writes our incorrect thing for us. So this should actually be just a 4. And then down here we have new expression kind. We do our thing. Copilot writes our span for us. Where'd you get 11? Oh yeah, that's right. Okay, from 6. Is that right? This should be from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 to 1, 8, 9, 10, 11. 7, 11. Oops. And that didn't work at all. What is this? Which test is this? Int literal 122. I broke something over here. What's going on here? Okay, but the other one's fine now. Why does the one... Oh, because then I have to do it over here. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Well, that's alright. Let's do it this way. Actually, maybe better do it this way. Plus 1. Subtract 1 from there. Add 1 to here. Is that right? Yeah, okay. And then... Alright, we got major issues. Oh, it's just what Jappy said. Now that you have added 1 to initial position, the size will be wrong. Totally. Okay. Syntax error, unexpected token. Unexpected token. It's right here. When are we expecting a semicolon? Where is this happening? Parse expression statement. We're in here, and then parse expression. We're in here. Oh dear. Can I isolate this one test, please? Bro, any ways to run i386 as I'm on Mac OS? Yes, but it's sort of a pain. Because like the syscalls are different and stuff, and so you have to change it, but it is possible. Okay, so we're not even getting to our second print. Is that right? Yeah, we're getting one print, not the other one. So our error is in here. Okay, we're erroring in here. Is it true? That's perfect. True, we go to parse boolean literal. Literal. This is supposed to be peak kind. That's generally the root of all of our issues. But apparently not this one. Whoops. Oh wait, that worked. Wait, sort of. Sort of. What? We're just getting the one. The one is totally right though. We're just not getting the other one. Okay. Intriguing. So we're parsing the one and not the other. Right? Okay, so something's going wrong here. Shoink, shoink, shoink. Where are we? Parse expression statement. Parse. Okay, parse. Um. Um. What to do? What to do? I'm gonna test this. All right, I'm just gonna print in here. We're looping, right? Looping. Okay. We only looped once, which is clearly a problem. Yesterday I tried dabbling with GPUI, and honestly, your biggest problem with it is that it carries the whole Z repo and it's in it, causing a 6 GB target size. Seriously? I was not aware of that. Why are we only looping once? Peak, we're on a true. What's our test case? It's like true, semicolon, false, right? True, semicolon, false, okay. Where are we? Print out the statements. Yeah, we just have this one expression. Can't you like make these look nice? Yeah, just one expression statement. Y, and then why is there an end of file? How are you doing this? Can you be a little more specific, maybe? How am I doing what in particular? How? Why is there an end of file after the true? What if I like eat 3 of them? I just keep getting end of file. So they're all. I think I'm at the end of the file. I guess parse expression statement is. I mean, it's crazy that you're building one. I just want to appreciate that you're smart. Oh, thank you. But I mean, there is a way that I am doing this, if you're curious. It's not an impossible task. Something's going wrong in here. Expression here. Well, let me print here. Chappy, you're playing around with the type syntax. We'll post it in Discord. I'd love to see what you get. Although I will say I'm pretty happy with what we have. So you might have some convincing to do. Inside parse expression statement. All right, and then we get this expression. Print has semicolon. It should have a semicolon. Has semicolon, true. Oh, I think I might know what the problem is. Are we advancing when we check the semicolon? Yep, because next we have a false. That's the problem. This is supposed to be peak kind. Now it's passing. Oh dear. There we go. Cool. All right. Let's uncomment out these ones. These ones should still be passing, we'd hope. And sure enough, they are. Okay, next. So, mathematical expressions. That's this. Let's go comment out this first one here. This is going to be a bit of a nightmare to wow, I love Copilot. Okay, but obviously it's totally wrong. Our columns are all wrong, but is that a Copilot's fault or is that... Wow, these tests are horrific. Okay, is that my fault or Copilot's fault? It's... 1 is actually from 1-1 to 1-1. That was Copilot's fault. Operators plus and then right... The 2 is from 1-5 to 1-6. It's not. It's from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's 5, 5 to 5, 5. The 3 is from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 to 9. So now... What part is this? 9 to 10. What is... Okay, so this is the right side, which is the 2 times 3. Saying it goes from 5 to 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It does go from 5 to 6, 7, 8, 9. It goes to 9. 5 to 9. The whole thing goes from to 9. Ooh, so that actually worked. So Copilot was just totally wrong about the spacing. So we will be using this Copilot trick again. See if we can get it right this time. I got it right this time. Okay, good. This is definitely going to be a Copilot job. Come on, Copilot. It's a pretty monstrous test. Okay, let's try this again. You failed me, Copilot. Cool TMX layout. Does it persist on restarts? Yeah, totally. Oh, you mean like when I restart my computer? Yeah, I can resurrect it. But it's not TMX, it's Zellage. This is so discarded. Why do you have an expression statement in here? Oh dear, now I gotta match these brackets. Oh, this is horrible. Box new opens up. One paren. Okay, this is just too much of a nightmare. So I can either do this all by hand, Yeah, it's honestly not even too bad. Let's just do it by hand. New. And then the span. All right, we'll worry about fixing the spans in a second. There's one. There's just like a handful more. So expression. Okay, there's another one. Um, there's another one. There's these nested ones. Um, Later on, I'll probably make some sort of helper library just to make testing easy. Kind of a big fan of those. If anything goes wrong, it's going to be quite a debugging session. Well, I already know that all these numbers are probably going to be wrong. We just have to fix all of those. But it shouldn't be all that bad. Just tedious. Oops, we missed something. There we go. Cool, that's all of them. So now this just has expected. What? What do you mean you expected that? One open, one close, one close. That's good. This is unopen, open, open, open. That's 4. And here's close, 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 close. That's all of them. Oh no, maybe Ivy was right. The horrors. Oh dear. What would you say if I just added one here? You'd say the same thing. It's just connected to that. Okay. It's probably something. Did you disconnect something? Oh, and I just did the Bluetooth thing? It connected to my keyboard. I didn't want it to be connected. I think the problem is here. Sure enough, that was the problem. Cool. Oh, is the stream? Hey, is the stream working, guys? I just got a little notification and Ivy said something. But it seems it's working. Okay. It's back? Okay. Cool. Thank you. So now we just need to go in and fix those numbers, which is just a matter of, you know, fixing the numbers. For example, this very first one is luckily all the numbers are different. All right, so this 1 goes from 1, 2 to 1, 2. That is correct. The 3 goes from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so this is wrong. This should be 7. The 2 here, what's the 2? This guy, if this was 7, this would be 8, 9, 10, 11. Goes from 11 to 11. Okay. This whole thing, which is the 3 and the 2, goes from character 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's from 6 to 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 6 to 12, which is correct here. And then that whole thing goes from, this whole thing goes from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 1 to 13. Not 2 to 16. I don't know where that came from. To 13. Alright, then we're multiplying that with something. Yep, that's that. Okay. Then we have 122, which goes from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. In the future, remember that this guy's 15s for counting. 16, 17, 18 through 19, 20. 18 through 20. 18 through 20. The 9 is, this was 15, right? 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. Just 27. The 9 is 27, not 25. And then the one, that whole thing, the 122 and the 9, which are subtracted, should be, we need to figure out that range. The 122 minus the 9, yep. Okay, so we have 15, 16, 17 through, so 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. 17 through 31. Does that sound right? So here's 17 through 31. And then the whole thing is 1, 1 through, this was 31, wasn't it? So I don't know where this 42 came from, but it should be 31. And everything's still failing. We got one, couple little errors in here. Getting 27 and not 31. All right, a bunch of off by 1. But these are all the... This is the infix expression is off. This is the another infix expression is off. This is another infix expression that's off. So infix expressions are giving me the wrong. Infix expressions are giving me the wrong values. So that probably is a problem in parse infix expression. Although the span, where are we getting the span? It's here, right? Left hand side. Maybe it's the parentheses thing though. It could be the parentheses. Alright, people. I'm thirsty. I'm gonna keep going, but I need to go fill up my water, okay? So I'll be right back in a minute and a half. I'm back. Sorry, I was just getting some water for those who missed. Okay. Where were we? Oh yes, these were failing, and I had a hunch. Okay, parse grouped. Yeah. So we want a... Okay, this just needs to be different, right? Expression. The kind is xbur.kind. And the span is span from range x expr.start, span.start -1, so that we include the first parenthesis, and then expr.span.end +1, so that we include the closing parentheses too. Except for these are supposed to be positions. That is unfortunate. Oh, and those parentheses could be on other lines too. Couldn't they, in theory? Like, you could make new lines, like doink doink, and then have 2 + 2. So I can't just subtract 1 from the column. What if the parentheses are separated by a little bit of white space? What do you mean by that? Alternatively, we just don't count the parentheses in the span, we just count the contained expression. That might make more sense. Let's just do that. That sounds easier. So then I don't have to do this stance. Right? And then down here, we just change our test a little bit. This one. Is this the big one? Yeah. Okay, so this turns out to be different. What if the parentheses are separated by a little bit of white space? That'd be fine, but that wouldn't fix my problem. Infix. This infix guy has a left. The left is this thing with parentheses 1 2 1 2. Okay, 1 2 1 7 1 7 1 16 6 to 12 becomes 7 to 11. This 1 1 to 113 becomes 1 2 to 112. Cutting off those parentheses. This to this becomes 118 to 130. No, not that. That's wrong, because there's several parentheses. Okay, hold on, I messed up. Okay, so we cut off 1 on that side. Oh, but we kind of need to include the parentheses, because like this would look weird if it was just that. Wouldn't it? Maybe it wouldn't. Oh, there is a good way to do this. Wait. Why can't I just get let's start position equal self dot expect token left paren, and then I can say that, and then I can say this. Yeah, I need to include the parentheses. That's what I'm doing here now. So then I have from range is start position to end position. That's a lot better. Oh. Just make this These are still off by a little bit. But I might have just counted it wrong. Alright, the whole entire thing goes from, this says to 31. So here's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Sorry, I lost count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 30, 31, 32, 31. Oh, 31 is correct. 31 is in fact correct. Oh wait, that's what I said. I was expecting 30. So just all these n's are one too big, is that correct? Um, $11, $12, $27, $30, $11, $12, $27, $28, $29, $30. There's the 30, there's the 12, 5, 11, 16, 30, 23, 29. Wait, so are these the right ones or the wrong ones? We got one from like 5 to 11, 1 to 12. Is it a problem with just the single char tokens? Maybe. 5 to, let's check this, 5 to 11 and 1 to 12. Is that correct? Just the 5 to 11 and the 1 to 12. We have one from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, there's nothing. 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No. 2, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, they're off by 1. Sounds like a Lexer problem. Now we have 1 to 6. No, now we have 6 to 12 and 1 to 13. 6, 12, 1 to 13. 6 to 12, 1 to 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. That's right. 6 to 12. That's 3, 4, 5, 6. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's also right. So now it's right. So now what's your problem? It's all good until these end ones here. I said 27. It's supposed to be... Wait, this is the 9. I said it's from 27 to 27. This says it's from... Oh, 24 to 30. That's right, because it's including these now. If this was 27, this would be 26, 25, 24, all the way to 25, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, which would be 30. So it's right. I'm wrong. 9 is now from 24 to 30. Okay, it's passing. That was a doozy. Next. Variable decals. Hopefully these aren't too bad. Alright, this becomes shrink. That failed miserably. We're getting no prefix parse function for colon. Which probably means we ate too many characters. We should see this. Parse variable declaration. We got a hunch that we're not. Yep, we're not seeing it. Alright, who calls this? This guy? Oh, because we need a way to peek at the next. Okay, we need a way to check the next. Are you peeking the same thing twice? Yeah, I am. This one needs to be peeking the token we're on, which it's doing correctly. This needs to be peeking the following one. Ooish. So how do we do that? Iterator doesn't support that. Clone the lexer. Clone the lexer? Like just copy all the state? What does the lexer hold? Like how expensive would that be? Just the content and the position? I guess that's it. So that's all that's cloning the entire position is just a number, but you'd be copying the entire file as a string. That's not too bad. That might be the only way to do it though. Should we try that, I guess? Now we have our old lexer. Not great if the string is big, but could be worse. Yeah, it could be a lot worse, I feel like, but the string could be fairly big. Well, this will be a place to do some performance gains later on. Perf. Ooh, cool. Perf is a thing. Is anything a thing though? No, it's not. Just perf. That's cool. Perf. Cloning the Lexer is not ideal. Yeah, your specialty, exactly. This could be your next PR. All right, old Lexer. So we have the old Lexer sitting around, and then we're going to say old Lexer. Well, I should call this the new Lexer. I'll just call this Lexer copy. Lexer copy dot next. Instead of cloning it, what? Tell us. Next, and then Lexer copy dot pkind. Oh wait, we don't have that. We can do peak. If you already know that the next token is an identifier, then you can just advance, no? No, because I need the identifier. But I guess I could, pass the identifier along. That's not a bad idea. It would be good for perf. All right, let's try it. We'll jump along here. This can be, what was this? And then this needs to be passed. Okay. Pass along ident. The stream's kind of bugging out. Is it? What is it? It's totally frozen. Oh, you can hear? Cool. But it's just, you can't see. Gotcha. Yeah, it looks like it's just my screen. All right, one sec. Let me just try this. Where's the there we go. Oh, can you guys see me now? Cool. And then allow me to do that. That doesn't really matter. And then, because then I'm going to add this. Okay, and you can see this, no? So then do this again. Cool, how's this? This is good now? Sorry about that. I think that happened once before, but not sure why. Okay, so let's what point did you guys lose? Was it much or just a little bit? Missing chat. Oh, whoops, I just gotta drag that on top, I think. There we go. Jappy is thinking. Just a little bit, you think, and you could hear me anyway? Okay, cool. Let me real quick send a text and then be right back. Okay. A bit off topic, but your GitHub says you're a musician. What do you play? Banjo is my main instrument, actually, but I also play piano, mandolin, some guitar. I'm learning upright bass right now. It's the newest thing, but yeah. But yeah, mostly banjo, I'd say, is my main instrument. Super cool. You into like folk country style stuff then? I wouldn't say country, but yeah, like folk stuff. Totally. Traditional styles like from all over the world, really. Like in America, that's bluegrass, but for you, it's like Celtic music, right? And really love all that stuff. Scandinavian music, Flemish music, Irish music, Scottish music, traditional stuff, but then also like jazz and more progressive fusions and tradition stuff. Yeah. Jappy's learning the drum set. Cool. I used to hate drums, I'll be honest, and then I've become quite fond of them recently if they're done well. I feel like in a lot of pop music it's kind of just obnoxious, but especially like jazz drummers can be very, very nice. Okay. Oh, awesome. Have you heard of the Transatlantic Sessions? I saw them live a couple months ago. Is that like Jerry Douglas? Wait. That is Jerry Douglas, isn't it? Wait. Transatlantic Sessions. I thought it was Jerry Douglas. Maybe it's not. Oh yeah, Jerry Douglas. Transatlantic Sessions. Jerry Douglas. Oh, so it's like a bunch of things underneath these guys. That sounds awesome. This is totally what I would love to see. If this is what you're talking about. Yeah, Jerry Douglas is pretty amazing. That's super cool that you got to see them. That's awesome. And they had... That's super neat. Alright, yeah, sorry. Tangent about music. But I'm so glad that I found a fellow folk enthusiast. But Jappy, anyways, can you do parse variable ident? I don't know what the exact nature. Sure. Yeah. So parse. We need to parse or pass. Wait, what do you say? Parse variable ident. Oh, like here. Oh wait, this has to return a prefix parse function. Oh, don't forget to wrap it into closure. Oh, because I have to. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Like this, and then okay, but first I need to go and make this take. So starting with like a variable definition, make this take the ident as a stir or something, and then we don't need to do this step. We just go ahead and expect the colon. Correct? Okay. Next one. Why is this broken? This ends up being, okay, the name can be, this can be called name. Like that. Start span. Oh, we lost start span. Oh shucks, we're gonna need to pass along the start too. There we go. So then this turns into this. One second, be right back. Okay, I'm back. I just had lunch delivered. And then this gets passed. Okay, so this needs, we need to get this guy. So ident, right? So now we have these things, and we can just pass them along to this guy. Name span. Oh, sorry, span.start. What does the closure take? Needs to take a mutt self. Oh dear. Wait, so we just pass along self, right? Wait, what is this type? Takes a mutable parser. Wait, hold on. How do you do this? We don't just have a parser. Wait. Help. I'm in past my depth in Rust. This closure can't be made into a function pointer because it captures stuff outside its scope. So what are we to do then? I can't quite figure out what I'm eating here. Like what? How? What do I do? Make it not a function pointer? What should I make it? Good grief, that's complicated. You're saying I should make it boxed? This is far beyond my Rust knowledge too, Nathan. It's okay, don't feel bad. Chappie clearly knows his stuff. But now none of this is happy. Why? Why? Can somebody explain to me why? Yeah, you're a station, don't ask. Do you know why? Or could you explain to me like I'm 5 what this means? Trait object that implements a call function. So fn mut, version of the call operator that takes a mutable receiver, which was what we want, right? Because we needed to take a mutable parser. And then why are you boxing it? Hey, Chirp, you're back. Welcome. You always need a boxed in traits or dyn traits. All right, so let's try to fix these errors then. So then down here, what do I do here then? Just some kind of reference. Okay, and the box is the most simple version. Gotcha. What should I do here though? Hey. Well, boy, did I learn something new about Rust today. Oops. So we do that, and then we do this. Oops. Wow, it totally worked. this kind of what you wanted? Think you could replace fun mutt for fun in this case? Okay, I didn't change anything. This is fascinating. Rust is nuts. C++ scares Joppy. Alright, so we do the same thing for parse function call, basically. It needs to take a name or function name and a what? Oh yeah, start position, which is a position. So we get rid of all this, and then we pass along the name. Hello? Oh yeah. Function name. Okay. And then oops. Start span becomes just start position. Alright, and then we do the same thing for parse variable ident. Which is going to be interesting. Let's start with this one. So this takes a box, new, parser, parser, name, and I start. It's happy. So this is a little bit different. I do not understand what a vtable is. Okay, so we need to do something about this. Parse variable ident. So with this, we already have the name and the span. So maybe we just basically do nothing in here, right? Like if this takes a name and a span, if you use generics, then it creates a different signature for every version of the function for different types. Yep. Vtables, in C++ at least, are virtual tables, which is how it looks up functions to call for inherited types. I don't understand it in a Rust context, though. Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Name is a stir, span will be a span. And then we just don't even need to do any of this because we just already have it. Make one of those, pass along the span. Okay, and then we go up here, not here. And then this becomes, okay, box, new, pass along the parser. And then here, parser, name and span. Wait, why did I just now get an error? Oh, because I'm using span. Is span not clone or copy? Span is just, oh, it is copy. Wait, so what's the problem? What is the issue here? Use the move. What does the move keyword do? Here we go. Moves the variables in scope into the closure. Okay, so then I couldn't use it after that, right? Because once it gets moved into the closure, like if I wanted to add another line here, I couldn't. That used these things because they all get moved. Okay. Cool. So let's. This is such advanced Rust. Yeah, I haven't run into anything quite like this yet, but this is pretty fun. So what did we do this for? What was the problem? Expected colon or equals. That sounds like something kind of from in here. Right here. This is supposed to be keep counting. Now we have the same problem. Because we're supposed to do it here too. And then, oh, now we just have those errors. Okay, that's good. You actually want to try something with this prefix parse function signature and try to remove the overhead of a vtable. Oh no. Are you going to release it on GitHub if the project finishes? It's already on GitHub. It's, I think the link is in the description. Wait. This is saying 11. Wait, what's the problem here? 11, 6. What is this for? The variable decal. So that's for this. 6. Oh, the whole variable decal. Oh yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Sure enough, it should be 11. Now what's the matter? This is the int literal. Should go from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 to 9, 10, 11. 8 to 11. What do we have? I have 7 to 11, so this should be 8. We are passing, folks. All right, Jappy has a suggestion. You're not sure if this will work, but I'll try anyway. Add Prefix parse function. This thing you mean? Add that where? Oh. The actual function. This guy? Add it. Before the first parent. Oh, you mean right here? Yeah, gotcha. Fun mutt parser to what's my error type? It's error, isn't it? Okay, now what? What now? Like this. How's that? And then what do I do? Use F here? Nope. Oh yeah. Okay. And then remove the boxes. This is still unhappy. Not sure if you can read that, Jappy, but I can't. Oh boy. Error expected should maybe take a got. Can help debugging a lot. Yeah, I'll add that. That's good. All right, we'll go back to the original method before we added that generic. All right, I'm gonna add this. I like Jerp's suggestion. Expected. We'll have that. Try to use generics, but it looks like they won't work in this case. Yeah, it's all right. Poke. But we got toke dot. Can I to string this? And then take a reference. Error expected that, but got toke. Expected that of that, but we got toke. Oops. That. Expected that of that. But we got this. Expected int literal. What do we have? This guy? go. Same thing here, right? Cool. That's all my errors. Okay, let's get rid of these. Actually, that might confuse me later. Let's add those in. Okay. Cool, let's add this next one. New expression kind this, and then we need a span, right? Whoops. And it's passing. That's pretty satisfying. Let's do this. Expression new. Oops, wait. New kind. So basically every closure has a unique type. So if you want a function to return a closure, you have to return a generic object, which can be called like a function. That actually makes sense. The fn trait is implemented for objects which can be called. Yeah, I did know that. Awesome. Thank you, Jaffe, for the explanation. Are you on the Discord? What's your username on the Discord? Or maybe you're not on there. Alright, add a thing here. You're on? Do you have the same username? Wait, have I talked with you on there? I never remember who I talked to on stream and who I talked to on Discord. Oh yeah, there you go. Oh yeah. I see you on there. Cool, yeah. Add that in. Add that. Oops. Oops. And then add span. Man, that is failing. Wrong columns. That could just be wait. This int literal starts, okay, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 through 2, 3, 4. 21 through 24. I don't know how you got 16 to 19. 21 through 24. And then the int types don't have ranges. The whole thing goes from 1 through 24. And now we're passing. I should be pretty close to done. This just needs to turn into new expression kind. What's the matter here? Oh yeah. And then int literal, this turns into new expression kind. That was one too many. wrong things again. The 4, 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. 19 through 22. 19 through 22. And then the whole thing goes from 1 to 22. And we're passing. All right, let's uncomment this. Wow, we wrote a lot of tests. You don't realize until they all break. Okay. Expression, new, oops. Expression kind. Add the span. There's one here. New expression. You only really acknowledge the tests when they break. Expression kind. These are facts. Wait, this needs a right here span. And this will need some help too over here. Who knew making a programming language was so much work? Okay, new expression kind. Is this where the span goes? Where does the span go? New match this guy. Oops. That's that guy. Okay. Doink, doink, doink. That's good. Okay, and then right here, I think there should be a span. Coolio, and then these are all wrong, so we fix them. We have a variable decal. The literal 3 is from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 to 8. This whole declaration is going from 1 to 8, right? So 1, 2, 8, perfect. This guy here is an infix. The foo is going from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 to 13, right? And then the 4, if this was 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 17 to 17. And then the whole second section here goes from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 through 17, right? Guess I gotta figure that out. 11 through 17. And tester pass. Cool. All right. Now this guy has a few tests. Wow, quite a few tests. Wow, we wrote a lot of tests. Making a good programming language is so much work. Yeah. That actually reminds me, how will you implement function types in your language? Will you use something similar to the Rust method or something else? I don't know. I haven't really thought about that. What do you think I should do? Span here, right? This needs its own new expression, kind unit. You implemented display and then use snapshot using Insta. Might be useful instead of this relatively tedious work. I forgot about snapshot testing. That is a thing, isn't it? What is Insta? Is that like a snapshot testing library for Rust? I like how the last thing open was for the transatlantic sessions. Insta Rust. Insta snapshot testing library for Rust. It's got its own website. Wow, this would be way better. That's really slick. I'm gonna put that on the to-do. There needs to be a lovely testing framework once it's finished. Oh yeah, I forgot about a testing framework. Yeah, totally. There's gonna be lovely everything. And everything about it's gonna be lovely. Unexpected token left brace. This is supposed to be peak. It's probably all supposed to be peak. Yeah. This is my new record for longest stream. It's literally been 4 hours and 15 minutes. Good grief. This should also be peak. This should also be peak. This needs to be that. You hopped on at 9 and now it's 1:18 p.m. Yeah, that's dedication. Okay, how are the tests feeling now? Oh, cool. Now we just have mistakes here. Oh, so it's actually working. That's really interesting. So, yeah, getting rid of all this would be really nice. This file's like 1,000 lines, and I feel like most of that is tests. Oh, wait, no, we gotta fix this one. Okay, so we have a function expression. The unit here says 10 to 14. What is it actually? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. It's actually 10 to 13. And then the whole thing is from 1 to, if this was 13, 14, 15, it's 1 to 15. So 1 to 15. Tester passing. Function new expression kind shoink, and then new expression kind, and then shoink. We have some mistakes here. So the 8 is from when the tests take more code than the actual implementation. Exactly. Hey there, Dolly, you see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. This guy's from 14 to 14. The whole thing, if this was at 14, 15, 16, it's from 1 to 16, no? I don't know where you got this. It's 1 to 16. Tester passing, okay. Very nice. We made a mistake. Okay. Expression new, expression kind, function, span, give it a span, okay, and then make this be new expression kind, sorry, I messed up, new expression kind. On the bright side, just think about how long this would have taken if we were using some other editor. I messed up. Okay, this is new expression kind. Oh, wait, what? Expression. This ends here, and then that. No? But what's the matter here? Oh, okay. Like that. Also think how long it would have taken if you'd done this refactor later down the line. Totally. It's pretty early still. Expression kind. What do I need now? We need it right here. Span. Cool. And then here, new expression kind. Wait, not there. Here. Not there. Where does the argument go? To string right there. Goodies. Hey Jappy, if you hopped on at 9 and now it's 1:18, we're in the same time zone, no? Oh, unless it's PM for you. Like you hopped on at 9 PM and now it's 1 AM. Cool, so now we should just have, bad columns. So let's fix the columns. This 8 is from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. 19 to 19. All right, what is this? The whole variable decal. If this is 19, that's 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 14 to 19. 14 to 19. Yeah, same time zone. Oh, cool. It's the afternoon for you. Are you in the States or are you Canada, Central, South America? Somewhere in this hemisphere. This is the X. Where is the X? This was, what was the 8? The 8 was 19, so this becomes 8, 19, 20, 21, 22. X is at 22. In the States? Awesome. I'm in Ohio. we still have problems. Oh, it's this one right here. Okay, so it's not 20. 22 was the x. So if the x is 22, oops, then this is 23, 24, right? So then this becomes 24. That should make him pass. Cool. Function, new expression. Come to me from Maryland. Awesome. I was in Maryland in October. I was in Baltimore. But I haven't spent much time there. Expression kind function. This closes here. Okay, there's that. And then this becomes new expression kind. There we go. What's the time where you guys are? It is this time, 1:26 p.m. What time is it in, you said you're in England, right? What time is it in England? What's the matter here? Expected identifier got colon. What are you talking about? We're not parsing function parameters, apparently. Parse function parameter. Because this is supposed to be a peak. This is all supposed to be a peak. Okay, 6:26 p.m. for you. Gotcha. Oh shucks. Yeah, totally. Daylight savings time is the worst. I would vote for pretty much any president that would get rid of it. Not really, but it's the worst. Can I do something like that? Nope. Is this tolerable? Anybody got any major scruples with this? All right, so that fixed things, and now we just have these messed up columns, which is what we want. Where does this go? Okay. So where is it one? Now you can make that better. Okay, show me. Show me. What was it called? Parse function our parameter, right? How can I make this better, this line? Good idea. Where did I get that? Here. Wait, why am I not using that in here? Wait. Wait, no, but I'm not advancing. Oh, from this guy. Gotcha. So we can just say like this. Ta-da! Is that good for you, Jappy? Cool. All right. Wait, prefix what with underscore? Prefix what with underscore? What should I prefix with underscore here? Okay, gotcha. Okay. Oh wait, we can't uncomment this one. It's not passing yet. Hang on. Okay, so what do we have here? The X. Oh yeah, because these aren't expressions. That's interesting. So this is X. Where is X sitting at? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. He's at 20. Which means this guy should be at right about, oh, I'd say 22. Yep, okay. Thank you, Amazing Video 101. This guy, expression, new, expression, kind, function. Span, that guy. No? And then this one right here too. Oops, new, expression, kind, and then span, one of those guys. Fix the columns. At the moment, I'm working on the compiler for my general purpose concatenative. What does that even mean? Programming language. That sounds pretty cool. What's your language for? And what does concatenative mean? I was starting to think that pasta was never going to end, but I finally finished it. All right, what is this? What, internal? What's internal? Ah, this guy. Where does he start? Oh dear, we gotta do some counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 36. Hey, it was right on. What are the chances? Except it doesn't end at 36. It goes 36, 7, 8, 9, 40, 1, 2, 3, 43. 43. The whole thing then goes all the way to 45. 1 to 45. 45. And that just worked. And then we try this guy. I know what concatenation is, but not in that context. Yeah, me too. I mean, it's pretty complicated if you've never seen one before. Okay, that's all right. New expression kind. And then we pass a span. It's very easy to implement and bootstrap. Bootstrapping lovely is going to be quite an ordeal. Uh-oh, I messed up. Hold on. Okay. Expression, new. Expression, kind. Ha. How's that? Much better. Okay. Now we have the span. Groovy. It's time to stand up. Whoosh. Okay. Oh dear, it's going too high. There we go. Fix these columns. Where are the columns? What is this? X is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 21. 21. Whole thing is from 1 to 23, should be. Coolio. All right, function calls, I think, is the last test suite we have. Okay. This is it. Joink. It's gonna not work. Well, obviously, okay. New expression, kind, function call, span. Man, this is like a marathon. Okay, new expression, kind, span. What's gonna break? The whole thing broke. That's what happens when we, okay, so go to parse function argument. This guy has some issues, most notably this one. It's supposed to be a peak. This needs to be that guy now, and then yeah, we should be all set. Never mind, I'm just kidding. What's the other problem? Unexpected edit file. We're getting this guy. Next. What did this used to be? Lecture now. Self.curve token. Oh, this should be peak. Okay, so I'm just gonna say let span equal toke dot span. Maybe this will work. Who knows? Not really. We can do that. Is this acceptable, Jeppy? Is this clone tolerable or not? What else could we do? Oh, just probably do this. Oh, that won't work. Sure. Oh wait, actually no. How can I avoid having a clone? What's a good emoji for this? Use the name from the expect ident. Where? This one? But we need to check to see if it's oh, here. Wait, that's not gonna resolve my issue. This one? Which language are you using to build language? This is Rust. What? I don't think that's the problem, is it? The problem is that this kind has to be cloned. Use the same trick we did last time. What was the trick we did last time? The kind is the thing that needs to be cloned. Not the name. The name is fine, isn't it? That. Who's kind? Like this? Oh. This trick. Oh, you're a wizard. Okay. Yep. I got it. Except it's still broken. Wait. No prefix parse function for right paren. Hold on a minute. How many times last time we were not advancing at all. This time we are advancing. We're advancing. Oh no, we were advancing once there. So this time we're not advancing here, we're not advancing there, we are advancing there. We're advancing the same amount of times. Oh, so that must be in parse function call. Must have our issue. We're on to something here. Cur kind is supposed to be peak kind. And this needs to be like that. Like that. And this also needs to be peak kind. And this needs to be like that. Hello, Chop It Zero. Have you started working on compiler yet? What do you mean by the we haven't worked on the actual ASM generation yet. But this is sort of part of the compiler. Okay, now we're just getting the wrong columns, which is perfect. Just what we want. Wrong columns. Okay. Usual way to resolve these errors is to know when you're working with a ref or an owned value. I feel like I generally know when I'm working with a ref or an owned value, but maybe I'm not always totally clear. Yeah, this is all part of the compiler, really. All right, the 3. Where is he? He's at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, not 8. AI really just can't count. And then this whole thing is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, perfect. All right, it's already passing. Check it out. Joink. Just do this one. Before function call. This becomes a new. Oops. Expression kind. Function call. That span. Joink. Okay. And then this one. If you're peeking something, then you're working with a ref, so you don't want to construct any values with it because you'll need to clone. You must advance the lecture first to get the actual value out. Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you. Expression new, expression kind, and literal. Do that, and then add the span, this guy. Okay, and then for my next trick, new, expression kind, and literal, add that, add a span, joink. Okay. And then it's gonna have the wrong columns, so we go in here. Okay, in literal 3, the 3 is at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 3 is at 7, that's right. Okay, the 4 is at 8, 9, 10, not 9. Oops, oops, oops. There we go. Okay, the whole thing, if that's at 10, that should be 11. It ends in 0 to 1, to 1 to 11. Okay. Oof, it's going. Okay. And here we go. I think you can start working on the ASM generation, to be honest, just saying. I can't even type check yet, so I don't think I can. New expression kind. That, and then do this. and then do this, new expression kind, and literal that to that, and then we gotta pass along a span here. Span, coolio, coolio. Okay, and then this is span. Here we go, and then this one goes new. New expression kind. That guy, and then we do that. Ta-da! Okay, now we fix these columns. The 3 is located at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 again. Okay, and the 4 is located a little bit farther along. So if this is 7, then this is 1, 2, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 4 is at 15. 4 is at, that 15. The whole thing should be that to 16. Good griefers, we finished the refactor. Print line. Let's get rid of some of these. That should be it. Whew. Also, after fighting with the borrow checker so much, I guess I've come to understand it a little. That makes sense. Yeah. Your new vim is so nice. .files are on GitHub if you're curious. So there's 1,000 lines of Rust, most of which is tests. So let's go over, let me just like uncomment this whole thing out. To be fair, wouldn't ASM generation be kind of independent of the type checking? You can define how the ASM generation would happen regardless of whether your program is properly checked. Not sure though. That probably makes sense. It'd just be obviously full of errors. All right, let's add this back in. All of that was so that we could finish. No, it wasn't. It wasn't this. What is this? The type inference helps ASM gen, does it not? I think so, yeah. Yeah, I think it makes sense to do it all sequentially. I'm just musing. Totally. Wait, you're telling me this thing could error. Whoosh. This, so could this could also error. I'm not sure what to do about this yet. Let's do that. Wait. Showing. What's wrong with this? Let's do that for now. Debug. What needs to implement debug? Type error. Where's this guy defined? Okay, and then this needs to be debuggable too. Okay. I'm nearly a complete noob. Who can give me a general rundown? Like, what is the GUI? And if you're making a coding language, are you using another language to make it right now? Nathan says he's using NeoVim and the Rust language to make his language lovely. Perfect answer, thank you. What did you learn about type checker development? To be clear, the language is called lovely. Yeah. Where do you learn about type checker development? I'm learning it as I go, just from the people on stream and from reading source code of other similar projects. All right, the entire reason we did that entire refactor was so that we could write this line of code right here. So now we're going to give it a shot. Expr.span. Boom. That was it. Because now Expr has a span. That was pretty satisfying. Tests are passing. We got some warning in here, not sure what, because I'm never using this, I guess. Well, it's alright, we can get rid of that. Oh wait, I am using it. Wait. Wait, why are you telling me I'm never using that, but I am using it? It's being used. You forgot that's what it was for. Yeah, it was just so we could have the spans in the type checkers for diagnostics. Every time I try to build a compiler, I always fail at the type checking step. I have like 5 failed compiler projects. Well, hopefully this one succeeds. That'd be awesome. Cool stuff. Thanks. Is there a general purpose this language will serve? From what I understand, specific languages are good for specific tasks. Yeah. I mean, there's some languages that are fairly general purpose that can be used for a lot of different things, but generally speaking, yeah, languages are suited for a particular need. This one I'm making to build an operating system. So I'm streaming the development of this language. I'm also streaming the development of an operating system that pretty much doesn't exist at all yet. And this is the language I'm going to be using to build the operating system. So it's sort of going to be fine-tuned for that purpose, but I'm sort of trying to make it sort of general enough to be used in other applications, ideally. But yeah, pretty low level, like Jappy said. All right, well, what do you guys think? Well, first of all, anybody know why this is mad at me? It's saying I'm not using this, but I'm totally using this. If I get rid of it, I get errors. See? Errors. Nathan says, I feel that Jappy, I've written a basic assembly for my custom designed ISA, and that was complex enough. I can't imagine dealing with a type system. Jappy says, so kind of like C or Zig, I guess. Yep. All right, well, I'm going to commit. Nathan, it's all yours. I'm going to commit. I'm going to push it up to GitHub, and whenever you're feeling like it, you can take a whack at optimizing this function, right, is what you want to optimize. So I'm going to commit. What was my last commit? I need to be on type better? Okay. Gigantic, not gigantic, like big refactor passing spans through the parser to the checker. No promises because I don't know Rust at all. Haha. No, it's good. No pressure, obviously. It's just, yeah. All right, get push origin master. Is there anything I need to like do to the repo to make it easier for you? Where's my browser? How many people are working on the project? There's currently 1 person working on the project. Jappy, I could try to help. Are you offering to help me with the project, or are you offering to help Nathan with his PR? Lovely. I feel like I've done more work than just this, but sometimes it takes a while to update, I've noticed. Where are we? Lovely. Shrink. The project. I mean, okay, so this is something I've been trying to like decide about. So like Nathan's, I don't know if you saw the conversation like Nathan and I had in the Discord about this, because my original thought was like, okay, I'll try to do this just alone because I'm doing this as a learning project, right? But at the same time, I also kind of want to get it done, or like at least pretty far, and it'd be fun, right? And that I would get a lot of help. Like that would be a lot easier if people were helping me, right? And so I'm kind of torn between like wanting to do it all myself because I want to learn, like I'm the one learning, right? You already like know Rust really well. I don't. Um, on the other hand, it would be awesome to like get PRs from people. So I'm sort of torn, if that makes sense. If you do, you're definitely changing the source stars and thing. Yeah, that's fine. I'm new to programming, and this looks very knowledgeable. Some of the people in chat are definitely very knowledgeable. All right, wait. Let me before we talk about the contribution thing. Let me check this. I wanted to see this last commit how big it was, because I feel like it's pretty huge. Showing that's just discussion. This is the checker. Here's scopes. Here's the lexer. Here's tokens. Yeah, large diffs are not rendered by default. Here's that parser. Joink. Yeah, it's pretty sizable. What was the total? It's not giving me total lines changed. I thought it said that. Maybe not. If I do make any changes, I'll make sure to give a detailed expression so you can learn what I'm actually doing. You mean explanation or expression? Yeah. Well, what do you guys think? Do you think I should? Do you think it'd be better for me to try to do things myself, or do you think it'd be better to like open this up for people? I definitely don't want people just like implementing random features they think would be cool that I just haven't even heard of. You know. Explanation. You meant cool. Christian says, I mean, as long as you put in the time to understand the underlying reasons to why code works or not, you'd still be learning. No reason. Let others help. Yeah. Yeah, well, I'll take PRs. Let's say that. I'll take PRs. I just know that when you send a PR, I'm going to be reading through it pretty carefully because I want to actually understand every bit of the code base. So, yeah, that's cool. If you want to contribute, Jappy, that'd be fantastic. Yeah, so Jappy, the change I was wanting to make was basically just an optimization. I think we should hold back from adding new code features though. So yeah, I'd rather develop all the actual language features on stream, right? But if you guys want to make, optimizations and stuff, go ahead. That'd be fantastic. I appreciate it a lot. Let me write that in the README so people can see this. README. Contributing. And this should be big. Contributing. How big are the big ones? Big ones look like this. Maybe not that big. Okay. If you all language features are being developed during my like what are these called? Live streams? Being developed. How do you describe this? On stream. There we go. On my YouTube channel. And we should probably get a link to that, no? What is my YouTube channel? Your channel. This would be the link, okay. On my YouTube channel. Okay, I could just do this, no? Or however, if you have any optimizations or enhancements, fixes you want to contribute, please feel free to do so. Or to open a API. Just, I'm not currently accepting PRs that add developed on live stream, you say? Live stream, okay. That add new features or functionality to the language, because this is a learning project and I'd like to give those things a shot myself. Is that good? That seems like a pretty good explanation. Oh, you forgot to post you playing around with syntax on Discord. That'd be great. Sounds good. All right, I'll do this. Is there anything else I forgot? That probably makes sense. All right. Git commit. Updated readme. Cool. Should be right. Where'd it go? Here. Contributing. Awesome. And make sure this link works. Sure enough. Okay. Cool. Well, maybe I should do a Discord link. Well, it's all right. I'll do it later. All right. Thanks a bunch, guys, for the help. Do you want to get pinged? For what? What do you mean, do I want to get pinged? What is the font, chat? This would be, it's called Mona Space by GitHub. Feels like if you pay too much attention to the AI helper, it may influence what you write. Totally. I pretty much, if I know what I'm doing, I pretty much never use it. Time to actually install Rust. Nathan, you'll notice that installing Rust is sort of a very pleasant process compared to some other languages. Rust up is like the greatest thing. Wait, never mind. Okay. At first I thought you said wait node version manager, and then I thought you said wait neovim, and then I was like, oh, never mind. Okay. All right, I'll stop it there. It's been a 5-hour stream on the dot, so that seems like a good place to stop. Tomorrow's Sunday, so I'm not going to do a stream, but probably Monday I'll be back. Probably doing some OS stuff first. Thank you guys so much for the help. It's been a lot of fun. You're a cursed Windows dev, so you never know. Okay. No, thank you guys. It's been fun. You'll post it in Lovely. That'd be great. Maybe I'll make like a development channel for contributors. That'd be great. Empty code says it's fine on Windows. Yeah, I imagine it would be. They're pretty good about cross-platform stuff. All right, enough jabber. See you guys.